asked to like.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
I was like, Carlos, it's on my script.
Amanda worked really hard on that.
I know. Try it now. Good morning. Yep. I am yellow.
You should be good to go.
Hello. Is it not coming through? Woo-hoo! I'm gonna do that later. That's this afternoon's hype. Let me see if I can get everybody to roll with me. Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! I think people are just gonna be like, "What? What's she doing?" Oh, I could use that because I'm back in. This isn't the one I had last night, was it? No. That might be nice because you can tap it. Oh, I see what you're doing here. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Before we introduce our event, we will share a land acknowledgement, and we ask everyone in attendance to think about your responsibility in relationship to the land you are currently occupying. CSU's land acknowledgement is a statement crafted by a variety of Indigenous faculty and staff, as well as other officials at CSU. The statement recognizes the long history of Native peoples and nations that lived and stewarded the land where the university now resides. The land acknowledgement statement also maintains the connection Native people and nations still have to this land. Thank you.
Colorado State University acknowledges with respect that the land we are on today is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute nations and peoples.
This was also a site of trade, gathering, and healing for numerous other Native nations.
We recognize the indigenous peoples as original stewards of this land and all the relatives within it.
As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties nations have to their traditional homelands are renewed and reaffirmed.
CSU is a land-grant institution, and we accept that our mission must encompass access to education and inclusion.
And significantly, that our founding came at a dire cost to Native nations and peoples whose land this university was built upon.
This acknowledgement is the education and inclusion we must practice in recognizing our institutional history, responsibility, and commitment.
We urge you today and every day to think about your accountability and recognize those that came before you, those that will come after you, and those that will follow you in your steps. It is our responsibility to protect and preserve the teachings we have learned here and share them with those who could not be here. Our first performance today is Tuesday, which is a jazz quartet comprised of students Damien on saxophone, Annie on bass, Mason on piano, and Brian on drums, who study within our School of Music, Theater, and Dance at Colorado State University. They've completed a course of study in both performance and academic classes to help them develop their skills as jazz artists and educators. They study jazz history, theory, improvisation, pedagogy, and composition and arranging. Please welcome them to the stage.
Thanks, everyone. We are Tuesday, comprised of Damien Lesperance on tenor saxophone, Mason Siders. Big round of applause for Damien. We got Mason Siders on piano, Annie Scott on bass, I'm Brian Tremper, and these are drums. That last tune was Sky Blues by Jackson Holty. The album Sky Blues, same name, will be coming out later this year. This next tune was composed by Damien. It is called Soup. Hope you enjoy.
Kenya to Colombia, from Iraq to Korea, in slums, in schools, in prisons, and in theaters. Every day, people gather at TEDx events around the world to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. Today, you are part of a global conversation about our shared future. So what is this TEDx? TEDx is an initiative of the TED Conference, a nonprofit devoted to ideas worth spreading. We grant free licenses to allow TED-like events to spread globally. This event today is based on the TED Conference format and ideals, but is independently organized by your local community. So please make sure to thank the team of volunteers who worked so hard on today's event. It's their ideas, dedication, and time that made it all possible. It's they who booked all the speakers, and the views you'll hear today are, of course, those of those speakers, not necessarily of TEDs. But we hope their talks spark an exciting conversation among you. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for openness and for critical thinking, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you'll take out. And now, on with the show.
Hello? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Look at y'all's lovely faces. This is beautiful. Welcome to TEDxCSU. So excited to have you all here today. Technology, entertainment, and design, or TED. The TEDx program is designed to help communities, organizations, and individuals come together to spark conversation and connection through local TED-like experiences. This year, our theme is growth, right? And throughout the day, you're going to learn more about this theme and what it means. Growth in terms of developing and maturing, and growth that has already happened. I don't know about you, but like for me, finding time to learn and reflect can sometimes be difficult. So these moments in which we're together and we can learn and be in community with each other are precious. Anyone else agree with that? Yeah, right? So today we're going to be spending time together learning with each other. If you think about it from year to year, I don't know about you, but I change and grow. I learn new things. I think about new possibilities. I reflect on past experiences, what I could have done better, what I love about myself. And so today we hope to arrive at new understandings and new beginnings. So as I said, I'm a work in progress. And being that today we're growing, I'm hoping that I grow with you. And my name is, we haven't figured it out already, it's kind of obvious, Dr. Karanda Ziegler, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers, and I will be your MC for today. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry. I got some good stuff for you, okay? All right. I mean, we have a lot of good stuff for you today, but most importantly to me today is for you to be able to engage in a cycle of renewal and growth. To learn from our speakers as they encourage you to think what growth means to you and also what it might mean to others. And that you're inspired to think more deeply on how we can all collectively grow. So with that, that's what we're going to do today. How does that sound? Yeah. I only sort of believe you, so I'm going to ask the question again. That sounds exciting. How do you feel? Woo! All right. Cool. Well, I'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors, Campus Activities and RAM Events here at CSU. Also our sponsors, Life's a Bunch and Max Lang Brewing. And be sure to stop and get some free kombucha and beer if you are of age. Once we have our intermission a little bit later in that space. I also want to encourage you all today that throughout the time you want to snap a photo of each other in the spaces, your experience, be sure to share that on our social media. We'd love to see your photos, the experiences that you have in the day and experience through your eyes. There's a limitation to that, and I'll get to that in a little bit. Before we get started, I'm here to do some intros, and I must share a few things with you all, because if you don't know this information, I don't know how your day's gonna go. So if you need an interpreter, they are at the stage if you would like to utilize them. Please know that our restrooms are outside the doors, and there are inclusive restrooms directly above us on the theater balcony, as well as level 300 in the LSC. And I wanted to remind you that this is not the movies. This is TEDxCSU. And so I'm gonna need you to turn your cell phones off, okay? Or put them on silent if that's your preference. We want to avoid disturbing the speakers, and we also want to create a good experience for each other so we can all enjoy and be in this moment in space and get what we need and what we came here for. So on the note about pictures, they will be taken throughout the day by our official photographer, and videos will be taken by our official videographer. And other members of the press are not allowed to take photos or video per TED rules. So please add a TEDxCSU staff member if you have questions about this. So, no photos or videos here, but in between the breaks, or if you're all hanging out in the exhibition hall, or if you're on your way to grab some coffee, snap a photo, Instagram ready. And then you can ask any questions throughout the day. Just find someone in a TEDxCSU shirt. Black t-shirts, TEDxCSU, okay? All right. So, are you ready? Okay. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? All right, woo! I was like, that's either gonna go well or not. So, that's exactly what we want, this energy to bring. So let's go ahead and get started on our journey of growth and total awesomeness. Okay, so I want to introduce the second entertainment for today, and let's get started. So how do you feel about the skin you're in? What does it mean to love yourself both inside and out? I don't know about you, but my black is beautiful, both inside and out. I love me. Well, what do you do with the love you have for yourself in a world that doesn't always reciprocate? You celebrate. And so today, our second entertainment for today is Briana Abuya, who will share some spoken word appropriately titled Love Letter. Thank you. Briana, welcome Briana to the stage.
y'all, okay. Okay, let's get started. So I will be performing a spoken word for you. It's titled, This Is My Love Letter. I'm so glad you are here, because I've been waiting for this one. Because 3 things you will not tell me is I am not intelligent, gorgeous, and fun. You are hypnotized by the sway of my hips. You wonder if it's true. The honey taste stained on my lips. Captivated by the power that I embody, distracted by my strut. My intuition tells me so, and I know you can feel it in your gut. You, I will not appease, not even when you beg and say please. This is my love letter written to and for my highest divine, not for you. You already knew I am everything fine. It's in the deep sparkle of my eyes, the mine of gold that lies between my thighs, the bitter sweetness in my goodbyes, and the passion in my cries. Don't tell me I'm making you shy. Look at you falling for my spells, just like those rumors you and the rest of my fans tell. In tarot, I'm the card of temperance. Do harm unto me, and you will remember the painful severance. Sag, Aries, you feel me? My energy carries. My big 3 are all fire, no water in my chart. If you don't know what I represent, it's passion and desire. But I'm not gonna hold you. I got played so many times, I learned the game. Badu says it best. I'm a recovering undercover over lover, recovering over a love I can't get over. But she got that second line wrong, because I'm finished with your goofy ass. Glad the clarity came, showed me you were lame. You feel me? The apology is accepted, but access is denied. What a damn shame. What do you not understand about I don't play about my peace? From this contract of painful karma and karmics, I wish to be released. I don't care for your suggestions, and you're asking too many questions. Discomfort is what I've been feeling. My intuition is strong and true. Your intentions will become revealing. Can't you see? I'm blooming. It must have those that try to copy fuming. Because from the looks of it, you're fighting to disguise these projections as an opportunity for my reflection. Give it up. You see this gold and white light that surrounds me? Baby, that's called divine protection. It makes me feel as though I need to consider your intentions. Come to find out, all this interrogation was because I was in your man's mentions. You can copy the recipe, but the sauce won't taste the same. My daddy named me Breonna. That is my name. The B stands for Big Booty Bree. R stands for Radical Feminist. E stands for Everything You Need. O stands for Objectively Generous with my love and of light. N stands for Nothing but Noticeably Bright. Another N stands for Nurturing and Nourishing. A stands for Adventurous Alchemist, not by design, but by birthright. Yeah, I told you I always keep it tight. You can try, but you will never succeed. Compel, curse, stain, you could even try to taint me. My ancestors will return to sender tenfold. By any means necessary, they will preserve my well-being to any degree. I'm nothing less than complex and articulate, outspoken, and confident and self-knowing. You tried to tear me down so much, you thought I was gonna come up here with self-loathing? Nah, Nah, alchemize is which I practice and I emphasize. Audre Lorde proclaimed, we are powerful because we have survived. But I don't want to just survive. God, I want to thrive. But for so long, I have been deprived due to my refusal to acknowledge my shadow, the shame and discreditation she experienced. You may even call it suicidal. I want to coexist. Never again do I ever want to feel like it's too hard to persist. I will no longer be a body that's only capable of nothing other than subsist. Low vibrations try to convince me that these harmful narratives, thoughts, and ideas were truth, when really they were the most malicious deception. This is my love letter written to and for my highest divine, a deliverance of redemption. The thirst to seek truth, there we go, and exercise alchemy was and always be my form of self-love as my ancestors fortify me. Even through the deepest and most prevalent agony, I prevailed. I prevail. I'm afraid to tell you, though it may have left me impaled. If God is for you, who can stand against you? Signed, sealed, delivered. My prayer has been mailed. So I'm here to say to you, I will do my very best to heal this abrasion, where I do not bleed out on my neighbor or loved one, or hermit into decrepit isolation. This is my come up, and I'm glad you came here to honor my healing and scars of character at this occasion. This here is just the beginning. This right here is a stop on my way to the most expansively bliss abundance. Consider this a bus station. This is my love letter written to and for my highest divine. Oh, y'all just wait. I'm not up here just to call back my power, love, and time. I'm here to consider myself worthy and timeless. Is that a crime? This excruciating adversity didn't encourage me to be powered. Will I finally come to terms that through these painful transitions I acquired my ability to share and experience the utmost compassion, to redistribute my power and energy to ignite my passion, the gift to touch lives just by the words that fall off of my tongue. My love has grown so expansive and true, it'll leave you sprung. I will vivaciously shine my light, even in the face of battle with my foe, I will it so. I will intimately devote myself to me, the love and nirvana that is in reach. Good things come in threes, so it be. I've traveled the darkest abyss, however, I'm on the road to salvation. Oh, I will it so. I've lost battles, however, I will win the war like a premonition I foresee, so it be. I'm proud of who I am and where I'm destined to go, because every low aids me to grow and to flow and to show my ancestors that I broke these shackles and curses like a pro. I want to be like Angela Davis, an activist. Welcome to my pilot episode. Oh, you didn't know I'm the main character. I'll have you calling you me, your favorite protagonist. I call it resilience, you call it resistance. Whatever the hell it is, I will go the distance. I'm calling for affirmative action. My safety and peace will no longer be a part of this transaction. I'm something you may call medicinal, holistic. I'm an alchemist manifester. Some call me delusional. I'll call it optimistic. Like a sexy serenade, I'll have you hypnotized. After you leave, possibly even forever mesmerized. Lual and indigenous, I'm the blueprint. I can't help it, I'm genetic. When you are talking to and about me, watch your tone and your rhetoric. You see, for so long, I searched and traveled for the key to what makes me me. They and that came and went like seasons. I had to let it go free. Just because I didn't weep at your feet doesn't mean I didn't grieve. You'll never know how profound this feeling of deprivation of a loved one through a profound absence. It's the definition of bereave. but I couldn't keep you around. Because with you, it was an open childhood wound that I hid for someone to love me enough to be found. After I practiced self-love is when I experienced the universe bringing me justice. Be weary, though, my ancestors are in rooms I've never entered where they evil eye and then to my face say, trust us. If you won't, another brother will. For this spirit or a spunk you cannot kill. I'm so tired of this dreadful cycle. I must embody the divine feminine I know and I will fulfill. You gave me less than the bare minimum and you wanted me to stay neutral? I got so rageful because what you were giving me was unfruitful. So I turned the other cheek and I let karma have that one, even if spreading your business like you did me felt fun. I turned into myself, call it herbal, because when I finally realized it's a happiness I seek, it's internal. Too bad you'll always recollect me as the one that got away. How many times do I have to tell you, baby, I'm not the one to try and play? So I need you to listen to this. My spirit will stay unbroken, never dysphoric. My voice will stay steady, so full of life it's euphoric. My soul forever of my divine possession and of sacred love. You hear that? They're cheering me on from above. This is my love letter written to and for my highest divine. I want to be more than just benign. My identity informs me how strong I must be. Maya Angelou's spirit once spoke through my vessel to plea, to share wisdom of what now I only begin to comprehend. Phenomenally, phenomenal woman, that is me. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Woof, woof. Bow, wow. Ruff, ruff. No? What other sounds might a dog make? Anybody? Mouth? Okay. I was actually going to do my dog voice, and I said, I don't know, I might scare somebody, so I'm not going to do it. Ruff! Okay, so. I would annoy my grandmother as a child because I would bark to the dogs in the neighborhood, so try not to do that. That was awesome. Thank you, Briana. Oh, I'm feeling inspired. Definitely a love letter. I felt that in my soul, for sure. So we are at the place where we're going to have our first speaker, and I would like to introduce the first TED Talk. So, dogs. You know what they say, they're our best friends. And I gotta tell y'all, when I first moved to Fort Collins, I found out just how true that was. People love their dogs, right? But what about communities that may not be like ours? What effect does access have on our connection to the animals in our lives? Our first TED Talk is from Sam Johnson, as she speaks to access to veterinary care in Alaska, impacts on animal and human health. Please welcome Sam to the stage.
Almost 4 years ago now, I moved to Fairbanks, Alaska to start veterinary school. I went in with the career goal of improving access to veterinary care in Indigenous communities. In college, I volunteered with organizations offering free veterinary services at the local homeless shelter and with the organization Rural Area Veterinary Services on Native American reservations. There, I saw people lining up at 5 a.m. after driving for 2 hours just to have their animals seen, and saw diseases that are exceedingly rare in most of the country. In Alaska, I worked on a project gathering data on access to care in a rural region, the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. This program, the Bethel Hub Outreach Project, is run jointly by Colorado State University College of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Sciences and University of Alaska Fairbanks Center for One Health Research. The program aims to provide a model of how consistent veterinary care in a specific rural region can improve animal and human health. We recognize that the lands on which we do our work are the unceded ancestral lands of the Yupik people who have stewarded these lands for thousands of years and continue to today. We respect the Yupik people's enduring relationship with their homelands and are grateful for their partnership. This May, I will graduate and return to Fairbanks, so I'm up here speaking to you not as an authority on these complex challenges and not to speak for the communities I've been able to work with, but to show you why I think this work is needed and why I want to spend my career working towards solutions. The most recent trip I've been on was this past July with the Bethel Hub Outreach Project and the overseeing veterinarian, Dr. Lori May Thaler-Mullins. From Anchorage, we flew to Bethel and then took a 45-minute riverboat trip to Napaskiak. We were immediately greeted by kids swimming and friendly village dogs wandering over. On trips, we offer free spay-neuter surgeries to prevent reproduction, vaccinate against common infectious diseases, and deworm for parasites. This community is within the region the program has been focused for the past 4 years, yet local community members report this is the first time in at least the past 10 years, if ever, that a vet team had come through. Access to care in the region is so limited, it could potentially take quite a few more years for all of the villages to host clinics. This phrase, access to care, is a big buzzword right now in veterinary medicine, especially as we find ourselves in the wake of new COVID pets in combination with a nationwide veterinary shortage. I'm sure some of you have felt the effects of this through long waits at an emergency clinic or struggling to get your pet an appointment. Access to care can be defined as many things, but it always touches on 3 main topics: geography, finances, and communication. Geographic restrictions can look like a 5-hour drive to the nearest vet in the contiguous United States, or in Alaska, an hour-long plane ride just to get to the road system. Financial barriers exist everywhere, but become more prominent in marginalized communities. Communication is how well we, as veterinarians, are able to translate medical information and come up with a plan that's feasible for a client or community and patient. In the context of working with Native communities, communication involves building trust in the face of a long history of negative consequences to working with outsiders, including scientists. These factors all become compounded in rural Alaska. Alaska is the largest state. If you were to overlay Texas, it would only cover 40% of Alaska's landmass. Yet Texas has 20 times the road mileage that Alaska does. A huge portion of the state is inaccessible by driving. The populated areas outside of the road system are commonly referred to as villages and are primarily indigenous communities. Villages can be accessed by plane year-round, dog team and snow machine in the winter, and riverboat in the summer. Some hub villages like Bethel have a few thousand people, but many have fewer than 100 residents. In these remote communities, we see a unique interface of wildlife, pets, and people. Many people live a traditional subsistence lifestyle, meaning they're hunting, fishing, and gathering a large portion of their diet. Store-bought foods are available, but at a highly increased price, like $9 for a box of Cheez-Its, $13 for a gallon of milk. And dogs usually live outside, increasing contact with wildlife, and as a result, increasing the risk of disease transmission. In addition to dogs living outside, we also see overpopulation, a challenge that's not unique to Alaska, but the underlying cause is. 100 years ago, dog teams were the primary mode of transportation. With an increase in popularity of snow machines and many other societal changes, dogs became concentrated in communities, and with a lack of veterinary care, the problem persisted. The remoteness of these communities also allows us to get pretty creative with packing. All of the supplies we need are loaded into about 6 plastic totes and put onto a plane or boat. Even with all of our planning and carefully chosen medical protocols, there's a really good chance we'll run into conditions that we can't treat or have to treat in ways that aren't totally textbook. And above medical knowledge and surgical ability, flexibility is an essential component to building a team for a field clinic. Things like a bad winter storm, good weather for salmon fishing, or a death in the community are all reasons that a trip could be canceled or have a really low turnout. Patient numbers are also really dependent on having an existing relationship. If this is our first time in a new community, people could be understandably very hesitant to have their animals undergo surgery, or might just be confused as to what our role is. And that's exactly what happened on our trip in July. We were planning on doing surgeries and staying at the local bingo hall, which is actually a pretty common place for us to set up. When we got there that afternoon, the woman working had not been told we would be coming, but she was nice enough to give us a corner to set up in, with the caveat that bingo would still be going on as planned that evening. We appreciate any accommodations that are donated, but luckily within a few hours, we'd been offered to stay at the local human medical clinic and had people willing to drive our gear around. Trips would not be possible without immense community support, and kids are always happy to help too, things like pulling the boat in, directing us through town, and introducing us to their animals. On this trip, we had one boy bike up to us and ask us if we were the new teachers, which is totally fair, most white women there are. He then told us we all looked the same, which is also fair, and then declared he'd be following us around for the day. We love having kids involved. Small things like listening to heartbeats through a stethoscope or giving talks at local schools can help create empowered pet owners and might even spark an interest in veterinary medicine. Children are also a key reason why this work is so important from a public health aspect. Native Alaskan children currently have the highest reported dog bite rate in the country. Aside from injury, this is a serious problem because of the rabies virus. Rabies is spread among animals and humans through saliva. The disease progresses to affect the brain, and it always leads to death, sometimes in as little as 1 to 2 weeks. There is no treatment for rabies, but prevention is possible through vaccination. It's important to consider the impacts of a rabies outbreak in a village. An infected fox comes into town. These are the most common carrier of rabies in the state. There are loose, likely unvaccinated dogs able to come into contact with the fox. And when there are possibly infected dogs wandering through town, people become afraid of interacting with their own pets, and in some cases scared of going outside. And when there's no veterinary response, community members have to begin to make the incredibly hard decision of what to do with infected animals to stop the spread of the disease. I know of 2 scenarios that have played out similarly in the past 2 years. This poses a challenge, as the World Health Organization has committed to 0 human rabies deaths from dog bites by the year 2030. Luckily, a human death from rabies hasn't occurred in Alaska since the 1940s. But for rural coastal communities, the risk is very real. So, I am now at the jumping off point in my career where I get to take everything I've learned about field medicine and the understanding I have of the importance of traditional knowledge and contribute to the efforts to improve access to veterinary care. As a new graduate who will finally have the opportunity to be in one place for more than just a few years, an area I'm really excited about is community partnership. As I mentioned earlier, historically, a lot of community health decisions and research have been done without input from tribal members. When we make these decisions with solely a Western approach, not only are we further erasing Indigenous knowledge, but we're setting ourselves up for failure long term. The enduring relationship between Mike Williams Sr. and the veterinarians who run the Bethel Hub Outreach Project is an example I'll carry with me into my own work. Mike Williams Sr. is the current Akiak tribal chief. He's a mental health counselor and a lifelong dog musher. He's been involved with the program since the beginning, introducing it to other local community leaders and advocating for resources in his own community. He continues to fight for the inclusion of public health veterinary care federally within Indian Health Services. As I mentioned earlier, historically, Currently, the vast majority of veterinary care in Native Alaskan communities is provided through nonprofit organizations and funded through grants and donors. Inconsistent funding means inconsistent care, which negatively impacts building trusting, long-lasting relationships. Inconsistent care also impedes preventative measures such as vaccinations. There are amazing programs such as Alaska Native Rural Veterinary Incorporated, who's visited over 90 villages since they started 10 years ago, with the commitment to returning to villages, many on a yearly basis, and the Bethel Hub Outreach Project using this hub and spoke model to provide consistent care in a specific region. And steps are being taken to prioritize this work. This past November, the Alaska Federation of Natives, the largest statewide Native organization, adopted a resolution requesting funding for veterinary care from Indian Health Services. The resolution calls for national recognition that the lack of veterinary care in Native Alaskan communities is a public health crisis and should be regarded as such. Progress is being made as access to care organizations and partnering communities advocate for resources, but there's still so much to do. Understandably, Alaska may seem removed from your daily lives, but I encourage you to recognize the many indigenous communities in the United States, some only a few hours away, who are dealing with similar challenges, and groups locally experiencing barriers to care, such as those experiencing homelessness. Large systemic changes are needed for consistent access to care, but small acts like donating dog food, blankets, and collars, and your time will always be impactful for animals and their owners. Thank you.
Awesome. Sam, thank you for revealing to us that both the needed and urgent, and also the access to care is important no matter where we live, right? So, that was fabulous, and I have a question for you.
Great.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Let's see how ready she is. Okay, all right. So what are ways for people to get involved who are not veterinarians?
So I do have something prepared.
What?
Surprise! I wanted to highlight two organizations that have opportunities for people who are not in the veterinary profession to get involved. First is Rural Area Veterinary Services. They offer free clinics on Native American reservations throughout the United States, and they have a support volunteer role. It's a lot of client communication and coordination throughout the day, but it's very rewarding, and they're a great organization. And then the Street Dog Coalition was actually started by a local veterinarian, Dr. John Geller. They provide preventative care to the pets of those experiencing homelessness. They currently have chapters in most major cities nationwide, but are still doing the majority of their clinics in Loveland and Denver. And when I spoke with him, there's three things he wanted me to highlight. The first is on April 14th. Street Dog will be participating in Project Homeless Connect. Currently, I believe there's about 40 nonprofits enrolled, and they're providing care for both the people and the pets, so it's something that there's a possibility to get involved in. And then there's also the advocacy program where you'll be able to connect with the client and help get them to resources, and Pack of Two, which is a specific donation route.
Awesome. Thank you. Great resources. Appreciate that. Cool. Let's give it. And with that, we have a video for you all to watch. So enjoy. know about y'all, I want to walk a red carpet. Anybody else? All right. I mean, there's not one here, but I'll do a little something, right? All right. Well, if you ever have the opportunity and a carpet's in your way, I hope you walk on it. Walk, okay. Walk it like I talk it. Walk it like I, okay. So this is great. Who's feeling excited? Man. I don't know if the day gonna get better than this. I don't know what's gonna happen when I go home. I'm probably gonna crash. Okay, so with that being said, let's have some more entertainment. Remember, technology, entertainment, and design. So I would like to introduce, maybe stop walking all over the place and making you a little, dizzy, J. Marie. J. Marie is an African-American artist from Colorado. Her sound consists of R&B and neo-soul. Influence and aim is to reach the soul. J. Marie grew up performing in church, school concerts, and musicals, and was inspired by her mom, who was also a singer. You can now find J. Marie performing around the state, so wherever you are, and around campus for athletics and other events. I saw J. Marie perform yesterday, and you all are in for a treat, okay? Please welcome J. Marie to the stage.
Brings me so much peace. Time with you, it ceases. You're the one I see in my dreams. Just me brings me so much peace. Time with you, it ceases. You're the one I see in my dreams. Every time I see you walk into the room, my heart stops and wants to beat in tune with you. Like a song, I'm life with you. Forever I will be your baby boo. My life is hectic, but for you I'm making room. 'Cause see, my life is better when I am with you. Like a song that's not complete without a groove. So I'll be your bride and you can be my groom. 'Cause your love captures me. Brings me so much peace. Time with you, as he says, you're the one I see in my dreams. Your love captures me. Brings me so much peace. Time with you, as he says, you're the one I see in my dreams. I have my doubts about you, due to opinions of a few, but you convinced me that our love is true. Oh, your love captures me, brings me so much peace. Time with you, it ceases. You're the one I see in my dreams. Your love captures me, brings me so much peace. Time with you, it ceases. You're the one I see in my dreams. If we could look back and look into the future, would our kids look like me or look like you? Would they have dimples or maybe freckles? Either way, I still enjoy the view. Oh, whatever did I do to deserve you? I promise that I'll never ever hurt you. I feel so closer to you now than when we first began, and that's why you're my man. Thank y'all so much. Like she said, my name is J. Marie. I'm a local artist here in Colorado, and I have an EP out called Perspectives by J. Marie, so be sure to check that out. That song was from that album, or that EP, and so is this next song, and it's called Beautiful. Hope you enjoy. You're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. Yeah. He said when he saw me walking down the street, he thought she could be the one for me. How do I approach her? How do I express myself? Her lips, her eyes, her hips, her thighs, I'm gonna make her my wife. You're so beautiful. Every time you smile with glee, you're so beautiful. From your head down to your feet, you're so beautiful. Your spirit is intoxicating. You're so beautiful. Baby girl, you're a queen. She was the girl, never in the in crowd, always in the hallways, walking with her head down. She thinks she is not pretty, she is not worthy of love. Not confident, so shy, insecurities in her eyes. But baby girl, that's a lie, 'cause you're so beautiful. Every time you smile with glee, you're so beautiful. From your head down to your feet, you're so beautiful. Yeah, your spirit is intoxicating. You're so beautiful. Baby girl, you're a queen. And since it's Women's History Month, I just want to tell all the ladies out there that you're beautiful inside and out, without a doubt. Believe in yourself, because beauty isn't just skin deep. Beauty is on the inside and should illuminate to the outside. So be confident in yourself, because you are fearfully and wonderfully made. All the ladies out there, I just want to let you know, you're so beautiful. Every time you smile with glee, you're so beautiful. From your head down to your feet, you're so beautiful. Yeah, your spirit is intoxicating. You're so beautiful. Baby girl, you're a queen. Say you're so beautiful. So beautiful. Every time you smile with glee, say you're so beautiful. From your head down to your feet, you're so beautiful. Your spirit is intoxicating. You're so beautiful. Baby girl, you're a queen. Say you're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. Say you're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. Say you're so beautiful.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This last song is actually a new release, so you guys are the first to hear it. And it is called Superhuman in a Human World.
Yeah. Starlight, moonlight, comets fly to earth. Touchdown without a sound. It's changing the human race. So now there's black babies and brown babies. These babies don't look the same, no. Then there's babies whose brains are changing. They don't think the same way, but they're perfectly made. 'Cause you're a superhuman, living in a human world. Said you got superpowers, they don't understand your word. Say you're a superhuman in a human world. So the next time they judge you, say that you ain't from this world. They say your life ain't worth the same. They claim you're a mistake, yeah. This system of racism was created, enforced, reinforced, perpetuated. They don't want to see you win the game. Disability's a strange thing, 'cause our experience is real and reoccurring. But the way we're taught is from a lens that believes we are the lesser human. ADHD, Asperger's, autism. Your brain works different, ain't nothing wrong with them. AMC, other physical disabilities. Don't let this world disable you from your dream. Getting hit by a comet can cause trauma, depression, PTSD, anxiety, all the trauma. But you see, you provide the world exactly what it needs. You provided so much empathy, 'cause you're a superhuman, living in a human world. Said you got superpowers, they don't understand your word. Said you're a superhuman in a human world. So the next time they judge you, say that you ain't from this world. Too big, too small, too ugly, too pretty, not really. Too smart, too dumb, that's really not it is. 'Cause you were perfectly made, so excellently made. Understand your worth, 'cause you're a superhuman in a human world. So the next time they tell you you're different, say that you ain't from this world.
Yes. Didn't I tell y'all? I told you, right? Did you listen, though? Did you listen?
She popped off, she did that.
Yes, she did. Okay, yes. That's what I'm talking about. I'm loving the energy. Okay. Look, I got things to do. Don't hype me up too much. Okay. So, okay, cool. So, when y'all feeling that? I'm a superhuman in a no. Okay. All right, well, I guess I'll just stay in my box. But can your life story fit into a box? What about the stories of your family and your people? Do the boxes and categories we are asked to place ourselves within, do they limit us? Or can they serve as reminders of the complexities of who we are, where we come from, and where we are going? Please welcome Lesie Taylor to share the stage with her talk, When I Check the Boxes.
Today I'm going to talk about boxes. Not the kind that pile up on my porch from Amazon, and not the kind that presents come in, wrapped up in pretty paper and bows. I'm going to talk about a set of boxes that were created to describe and define us, and how my relationship with those boxes has changed over the years. These are the race and ethnicity forms that we find on things like applications for employment, mortgages and loans, our insurance and healthcare records, the national census and other surveys we get, and our public education profiles. They're intended for us to report our race and ethnicity, but for some of us, I think they can be more. These boxes can be a way to declare who we are and even share our stories, like I'm going to do today. The last few decades, the forms have looked a lot like this, but over time, and particularly in recent years, there have been changes to what is collected, allowing us to talk about region of origin and cultural affiliation. But in the end, when the data is reported by most agencies, institutions, and programs, all the responses are distilled down to something this simple. And for some of you, creating this form may not seem like a big deal. It might seem easy. No dissonance, no angst, no consternation, but that's not the case for all of us. While there are many examples of the ways these forms can challenge us, the federal and state requests to complete both questions is something I've heard colleagues, friends, and the students that I work with describe as very frustrating. Question 1 is not so hard, but question 2 is difficult because folks who identify as Latino or Hispanic don't see themselves in the response options. When working with some students on how we might resolve this, I came across this definition of American Indian or Alaska Native on a federal form. A person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. That first part, that hit us well. We all felt like we were from the original peoples of the Americas. That seemed right. But the second part was disconcerting to the students and infuriating to me. And who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. For centuries, there's been intentional destruction of communities to disrupt the cultural affiliation of indigenous people across the Americas. For my family, the epitome of how our culture and communities were destroyed is forced migration, the Trail of Tears. 100 years before my mother was born, her great-great-grandfather, Walter A. Dare, was marched from northern Georgia to Indian Territory. On the Trail of Tears, he was witness to family separation, disease, starvation, death, and new life. Yes, babies were born and died on the march west. For him, the trail ended in northeastern Oklahoma, where he set about farming and creating a permanent home for his family. But by the time my mother was born in 1934, the family had been forcibly removed a second time. Because as railroads expanded in the west, the land that they had been given on the Cowscreen Prairie was viewed as too valuable for Indians. So many Cherokee people were pushed south. Our family was eventually allotted titled land in the Cherokee Nation that we called the home place. And generations of our family farmed and tended a small orchard there. Other family members were allotted land in the county, and I remember when we visited our grandfather, he would drive us around, proudly having us meet the kinfolks. And this is a photo of my big sister and I, the last time we were able to visit our grandparents at the home place. I think we're really fortunate that this part of my family's story is preserved in a 1937 Public Works Administration interview with my great-grandfather, Isaac Bat. Bat is a Cherokee way of saying Adair. It's hard to read. It's a tragic and painful story, but it's typical of the indigenous people of North America and South America who have endured many forced migrations, kidnapping, enslavement, assimilation, boarding schools, deportation, segregation, and inequitable incarceration. All of these things were done with the intent to destroy our communities and disrupt our cultures. So you might think the easiest thing to do is just skip the question, but then there's this. In the instance of missing information, your employing agency will attempt to identify your race and ethnicity based on your appearance. So if you opt out, someone else might identify you for those forms. I've seen this happen here when I was on a search committee, and I absolutely refused to do it, regardless of institutional guidelines. I don't appreciate being misidentified, and I'm absolutely not going to risk doing it for someone else. And despite knowing that it happens all the time, I would really love to see what some employing agency would come up with for me based on the way that I look. Starting when I was young, I often felt that people didn't think I was white, but they didn't know what I was. Sometimes it was as simple as a question as, "What are you?" And other times, "Where's your family from?" And other times it was simply just a really clear case of mistaken identification. When I started 4th grade at a new school in Louisiana, I was cornered in the girls' bathroom and taunted for being a 4-eyed Chinese. I didn't care about wearing glasses, but I wanted to clear up that I was not Chinese, like our classmate Helen, and I was proud to be Cherokee. So I stood up tall and not so gently explained to the girls that my family was Indian. We were Cherokees from Oklahoma. The bell rang, the small crowd dispersed, and I thought that was going to be the end of that. But no, over the next few days, this is how I was greeted in the hallways. "How?" And the occasional war cry or tomahawk chop. I suppose it was the only way that Southern elementary school kids knew how to be Indian. And while I found it incredibly uncomfortable, I didn't push back because I didn't really know how to be Indian either. Like most Native Americans in our country, we had not been raised in a community of Native people. What I knew about being Indian came from what I saw on TV, the books we read in school, and limited time I got to spend with my cousins. That 4th grade combination of confidence and confusion, continued into my teens. When I was in high school and I was old enough to be the one completing the registration forms, there was only one box. You had to choose one identity. I was proud to be Cherokee, so that's what I checked. But I also worried a lot about whether I was Indian enough, especially after we moved to Oklahoma. I also wondered, what would my mom have selected for me? And would that have been different from what my dad would have picked? I also thought about all my sisters, my cousins, my aunts. For sure, we were all Native and we were white, but we didn't talk about things like that. And we certainly didn't talk about how they made us feel. I also remember later when we had the opportunity to select multiracial. That was easy to embrace. It was easier. I never thought about whether I fit that identity enough. I didn't have doubts. But then, the next challenge for me was when we got the directions to check all that apply. And there was no multiracial. It really felt funny to first check that American Indian box and then go down and check the box by white, because I had never thought of myself as white. Even though I absolutely recognized that at least half of my ancestry was white, I had always considered myself Native American. And it was really hard to let go of that singular identity, no matter how many times it had been and would be questioned or doubted. One of the times my identity was questioned really sticks with me because I think it showcases and reminds me of what a wonderful combination I am of my parents. Those are my parents in 1962, just after they were married. Early in my career, I was doing some work with Lapwai High School on the Nez Perce Reservation in Idaho. During introductions at our first meeting, I sensed some skepticism as I introduced myself. even a little side-eye from one guy as I talked about being Cherokee. Later, I made it a point to engage with him. We had a great conversation about my work and my background, and we even found that he knew one of my mom's friends from college that lived in Lapwai. As I was leaving, he smiled, told me to come over to him, and he said, "You know, you're the tallest, most blue-eyed Indian I've ever met." While I was kind of taken aback, I was also relieved and pleased because I knew I had passed his test. And while that was important to the work I was going to be doing, it was more important to me and who I was. Now, almost 30 years later, I can comfortably and confidently acknowledge that I am both white and an enrolled citizen of the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. I know that I come from the colonized and the colonizers, from the original people of this land and those who came here to steal land and resources for far-off empires. So each time I'm presented with the opportunity to identify who I am, whether on a forum, in person, or on Zoom, I take time to think about and recognize that complex past, honoring my ancestors, my mom and dad, and the future for my beautiful daughter. These identities, Native and white, are at the core of me, and they impact how I show up as a leader. In everything I do, my intention is to represent the people who are not at the table with me, to be the voice and the advocate for the underrepresented, and to acknowledge the privileges of those who are frankly overrepresented. As the higher education administrator, I've been part of making decisions that were important not only in the moment that we made them, but for the future of the students that we serve. How we spend money and allocate resources, the policies that we create and perpetuate, the practices we allow, the people we hire, who we welcome in, and who we let go. I declare who I am by checking these simple boxes, and I feel responsible for the people that they represent. How all of this plays out in the work that I do, and the way that I do the work, can be summed up on this ring that I'm wearing. It was given to me by a dear friend when I was appointed to be Vice President of the Division of Enrollment and Access here at CSU in 2018. On the outside, it is inscribed with "Speak Truth to Power." On the inside, it says "Fear or Love." Speaking truth to power and leading with love over fear has never been more salient to me than when there was a racist incident on our campus just weeks after I got the job. Two young Native men who were touring campus were targeted by a mom in the group who thought that they looked like they didn't belong here, and she was worried because they didn't answer her questions to her satisfaction. So she called 911, campus police responded, and the incident became a national flashpoint for Native people. Because it was an admissions tour in the division I ran, I was viewed as the person most responsible for what had happened. I was new to the job, I was Native like the young men, and I was white, like the woman who had made the call. It felt like all of my identities were swirling and being pulled and pushed, and it was a really tough time. In the days and weeks that followed, though, I learned what it meant and what it took to speak truth to power, whether it was to the chief of police or the university president. I also learned how to speak truly out of love over fear when taking responsibility for the pain and harm created on our campus. I found power in who I was, and I used my voice to speak truth out of love, especially when the voices of Native leaders and elders were being talked over and pushed aside again and again. So back to those forms and boxes that I first described as simply a way to identify our race and ethnicity. It's really not simple at all. And for me, it's not just checking the boxes for a job, a loan, or insurance. It's identifying who I am and how I am going to show up as a citizen, an employee, a customer. A Native American woman who honors who she is, the result of the colonized and the colonizers, walking confidently through this world for her ancestors and for the future, and for how I want to be remembered. So for all of you, I hope you too will think beyond just checking the boxes and interrogate where you've come from and how you want to show up in your world. Because your actions today will determine what kind of ancestor you will be remembered as. Thank you. Leslie. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. And I don't know, I'm just reflecting right now. I appreciate you. All right. I wanted to ask you, so many of us, right, the checks and the boxes, they impact all of us. And so you spoke to something. I was wondering if you could answer a question for me. How do you suggest that we speak truth to power as individuals?
You know, I think one thing that's really important to remember is speaking truth to power has a bit of privilege in it. You have to be in a position where A, you feel like you can do that, where you're not going to be at risk, and B, I think having a community of support behind you when you're speaking truth to power is incredibly important. However, if you find yourself in a spot where you can do it, I suggest that you jump in with both feet. Take the risk, remember why you're doing it, and remember those people that are behind you and supporting you, and also the ancestors that have been here before all of us.
Thank you. Good advice. Ah. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, here we go. We have some more entertainment for you, and let me tell y'all, I heard this person warming up this morning. I was like in the back, and I was like, dude, hold on, wait a minute, what music they playing? Who is this? So you have an opportunity to experience the joy that I got connected with this morning and started my day. I would like to introduce our next entertainer. They're bubbly and infectious, but grounded in soulful understanding, bold self-revelation, or revelation, whatever works. This young singer-songwriter, Julie Kirkwood's music merges pop with hints of rock, R&B, and indie. Snappy rhythms and bright guitar lines combined with vocals that range from bold to uplifting, reflecting a sense of purpose, focusing on themes of self-realization and human connection. Please join me in welcoming Julie Kirkwood to the stage.
daydreaming in my nose. Heaven isn't miles away. Some indie band we don't know. dancing with her eyes closed, but I'm not gonna beg you to stay. But I wish it didn't feel so right. I don't wanna fall behind. I wouldn't wanna put up a fight, even if I never see the light. But I still feel it coming through. And I just can't get over you. You really wanna know me well. I bet you thought I couldn't tell, but I might keep you under my spell too. And I don't wanna hold your hand, 'cause I don't really need a man. But at the same time, I kinda like you. And I still feel it coming through. And I just can't get over you. I still feel it, and I still feel can't get over you. I still just can't get over you.
Thank you all so much for being here today. Isn't it such a cool event? I've never done one of these before, so I'm really excited to be here. So my name is Julia Kirkwood. I'm 17 years old. I've been doing music for around 6 or 7 years now. And that song you just heard, it's unreleased, but it comes out on April 9th. So keep an eye out for it. It's called Still Feel It. And this next song is already out. It's called Problems. It's on my No Place Like Nowhere album, which you can find under Julia Kirkwood on Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, anywhere you want. But I wrote this when I was traveling in Italy and I was having some relationship issues, so enjoy. Wanna scream so loud but nobody listens. Oh, I'm talking to myself in my head. Oh, wanna find a way out of the situation. Oh, I think I might already be dead. You call me an angel and then put me through hell. I should never fallen underneath your spell. You tell me you love me, are you lying? Are you even trying? So why do you hurt me? Why you hate me so bad? Put tears in my eyes, always wanna see me sad. trash. I can't take it no more. Show yourself at the door. Baby, I've got way too many problems with you. Oh, I've got way too many problems with you. Why you hate me like that? Way too many problems with you. Oh, I've got way too many problems with you. Why you hate me like that? Oh, wanna go away, find a place we're staying. Oh, I'm saying adios and goodbye to the old school. I'm better without you. So why do you hurt me? Why you hate me so bad? With tears in my eyes, always wanna see me sad. So why do you hate me? Wanna treat me like trash? I can't take it no more. Show yourself at the door. Baby, I've got way too many problems with you. Way too many problems. Oh, I've got way too many problems with you. Why you hate me like that? So you don't love me? Well, I don't care. I could live without you anywhere. So you don't love me? Well, I don't care. I could live without you anywhere. So why do you hate me so bad? Hate me so bad. Tears in my eyes, always wanna see me sad. Why don't see so me sad? Why do you hate me? You wanna treat me like trash. Like trash. I can't take it no more. No. Show yourself at the door. Baby, I'm good. Way too many problems. Oh, I've got way too many problems with you. 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 Why you hate me like that? Yeah. Why you hate me like that? Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. She likes to be loud sometimes. But once again, I just want to thank you all for having me here today. I've really enjoyed getting to hear some of the speakers. And again, my name is Julia Kirkwood. I'm 17 years old, and you can find me Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, wherever. Just, if you feel like it, listen to my music. And I'm just really glad that I got to be here today. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I just tripped over that light coming in, and we was at dress rehearsal last night, and I was like, we should move that over about a foot. Somebody's probably gonna trip over that. And here we are. So that was great. That was beautiful. Yes. We got some talented people. We really do. If you all need like a really effective literature review, I got you, okay? I don't think it's stage worthy, but it'll get you through school. Okay, so it's been wonderful this morning, and we have come to the end of our morning session. And before that, if you all want to give our speakers and entertainers another round of applause, that would be great. Awesome. And if you want to throw an extra one in there for the MC. Okay. All right. Let me get out my emotions. We're now going to transition to intermission, but first I'd like to share a few details with you all to make that intermission experience a good one, okay? So we want to invite you to join us in the exhibit hall, which is located in the Grand Ballroom on level 300 here in the Student Center right above us, and get to know more about cool things in the Northern Colorado area and also experience interactive activities. If you want to get upstairs, there are 2 sets of stairs that will lead you up, along with volunteers that will help you, and there's elevators near the staircases. And if you prefer to use an elevator rather than the stairs, the nearest elevator is across from the information desk where you all checked in this morning. If you do need some quiet time, we suggest checking out the art in the Duhesa Lounge on level 300. And then there's lunch. We will be providing a box lunch for you all upstairs in the exhibit hall. If you are vegan, vegetarian, or gluten-free, if you could please let the catering staff know you need that option at the front of the line once you get to them. And then if you are of age, okay, we're on a college campus, I feel like I need to emphasize that. You can enjoy beer provided by Maxline Brewery and kombucha from Life's a Bunch. Simply look for the booth in the ballroom, and please be mindful of the boundaries that are set up upstairs. And then make sure you have your ID. Life's a Booch. Oh, is that right? Oh, you know what? That makes sense. I was pretty sure I was screwed. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, Rachel. I hope we can still be friends. Maybe? No? Okay. All right. It's okay. I'll just keep my circle small. And just so you all know, we will keep you updated on when intermission is ending and to start heading back to the theater. Times may be subject to change. Y'all know how that be. But for the most part, we'll be consistent. For now, plan to be back in this space by 12:40. And if you are like me and you like to chit-chat, you might want to get back here by 12:30, and then you'll be on time, okay? We will start this afternoon with great entertainment, and the doors will be closing at 12:40. So we just ask that you be here so not to disrupt the entertainment, we can get going, and most importantly, so you don't miss out. So with that being said, please make your way up to the Grand Ballroom on the 3rd floor to the exhibit hall and lunch. Thank you.
Stars get a little bit crushed.
Welcome back. Oh, I hope we don't get interference. We'll need some tech people. I'm not skilled at that. Just skilled at running my mouth. So, did you all enjoy your lunch? Yes. The little secret, I love the hamburgers here at the Student Center. I don't know what it is, but they're delicious. I am disappointed, though, that there were no pink cookies with chocolate chips. I would like that request for the future. Just letting y'all know. But I did anybody try the kombucha? Oh, yeah. Right? It was delicious. I don't even like kombucha, but I like that. So I'm going to stop by Lucky's on my way home and pick some up. So we'll see. I love the cucumber lime. I'm lying. It's cucumber something was delicious. Okay. So with that, we're going to get this afternoon started. Maybe you do a little first. Get this party started here. Come on. Running, nobody? Okay. Y'all like Karanda? Let's start. All right. So they gonna like do like the Oscar and start playing music to kick me off. So to get us back this afternoon, I need y'all to stay alive because y'all didn't eat, right? And so we need y'all to be here. I don't want you to miss nothing. So to get started, reminder, turn your cell phone off or put it on silent. That would be great. No pictures. If you need help, find someone in a TEDx t-shirt. So to get us back this afternoon, we are going to groove to the sweet sounds of Main Street Acapella. Main Street Acapella is Colorado State competitive acapella group. It's 16 singers who perform a wide variety of pop arrangements, several which are arranged by the members themselves. I'm really reevaluating my gifts after today. There is some talented people up here. So I can arrange the plates in my cabinet. So with that, Main Street has gained momentum in the acapella world as they were semifinalists in the Regional International Championship of Collegiate Acapella. And this, yes, let's give them, yeah. And if you think that's great, they just released their first single in August of 2021, and the title is Breathin'. So, if you enjoyed today, you can check them out later. But until then, let's welcome Main Street Acapella to the stage.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called life.
I'm fed to the walls for you, replacing all your blood with mine. I'm fed to the walls for you, replacing all your blood, replacing all your blood.
I'm fed to the walls for you, replacing all your blood with mine.
I'm fed to the walls for you, replacing all your blood, replacing all your blood. Attraction killing conscience, burning my desire. The rules are set in motion now.
I'm trying to be honest.
I'm drowning in the flood, testing my devotion now. I'm fed to the walls, replacing all your blood with mine. I'm fed to the walls for you, replacing all your blood, replacing all your blood.
I'm fed to the walls for you, replacing all your blood with mine.
I'm fed to the walls for you, replacing all your blood, replacing all your blood. Attraction killing conscience.
Burning my desire, I'm fed to.
The rules are set in motion now. I'm falling through like a moth to the flame. I'm drawn into you. Heartbreak, blood, shiver, heartbreak, blood, shiver, heartbreak, blood, shiver, heartbreak, blood, shiver. My mother says I'm too romantic. She says you're dancing in the movies. I almost started to believe her. Then I saw you and I knew. Maybe it's 'cause I got a little bit older. Maybe it's all that I've been through. Sometimes I think it's how you lean on my shoulder and how I see myself with you.
I don't say a word, but still you take my breath and steal the things I know. There you go, saving me from out of the crowd. Fire on fire would normally kill us, but this much desire, together we're winners. They say that we're out of control and some say we're sinners, but don't let them ruin our beautiful rhythms.
'Cause when you unfold me and tell me you love me with that look in your eyes, you are perfection, my only direction. It's fire on fire. Oh, you.
It's fire on fire.
Oh, you.
Fire on fire would normally kill us, but this much desire, together we're winners. They say that we're out of control and some say we're sinners,
But don't let them ruin our beautiful rhythms.
it's fire on fire. Fire on fire. They say that we're out of control and some say we're sinners, but don't let them ruin our beautiful rhythms.
'Cause when you unfold me and tell me you love me with that look in your eyes, you are perfection, my only direction. It's fire on fire. You are perfection, my only direction. It's fire on fire. It's fire on fire.
control. That's my bad, 'cause we're taking it back, back, back. When the bass, they make that good shit. 'Cause we're taking it back, back. When the bass line wasn't basic. So won't you play that bass for me? See, I don't know what they're playing on the radio, but if it ain't that old school, it ain't got no soul. So let me show you how to do it. Keep on dancing to the music and meet me on the dance floor. You move your body to the beat, the groove it moves into your feet. You start to lose control, that's my bad, 'cause we're taking it back, back to the bass. They make that good shit.
Move your head, made you feel like this.
'Cause we're taking it back, back. When the bass line wasn't basic. So won't you play that bass for me?
Play that bass for me. Play that bass for me.
Ooh.
Play that bass for me.
Ooh.
Play that bass for me.
When the rhythm gets you high, gonna put you in the mood. Oh yeah. 'Cause we're taking it back, back to the bass. They make that good shit.
Made you feel like this.
'Cause we're taking it back, back to the bass line wasn't basic. So won't you play that bass for me?
Oh my goodness. Main Street, okay. Pentatonics better watch out. We coming for you. We are coming. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. They had 16 people harmonize. Maybe not today. I didn't count, but all them people sounding beautiful together. I sound good in the group too. Maybe that's my future. Okay. Now we know. So random story. No, I won't get off track. Y'all want to get out of here. Y'all want me rambling. Okay, and here I go. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about. I was bopping. I was jamming backstage. Was y'all jamming? Yeah, it was really good. I just love that harmonize, and I think that's what it's called. And that bebopping, bibbity bop bop boops. Cool. So up next, we are gonna bring another speaker to this fabulous stage, and let me tell you, I am an outsider, perhaps, in the world of a cappella, right? But in my mind, I am another member of the group. But regardless, whatever it means for us in our lives, I wanted to ask you if you've ever felt like an outsider. Has anyone ever felt like an outsider? Yeah, right? Have you ever searched to understand how different parts of who you are might fit together? Does that sound like something? Yeah. Well, what if there was a way for you to challenge the norms of society and inspire others to pursue what they love, no matter how bizarre? What if you could carry fire? Our next TED Talk is by Drew Shu, who will be speaking about the odyssey of Torchmouth, an experiment fueled by self-acceptance, community, and, well, they messed me up, propane. Let me do that again. Our next TED Talk is Drew Shu, who will be speaking about the odyssey of Torchmouth, an experiment fueled by self-acceptance, community, and propane. Please welcome Drew to the stage.
The Odyssey of Torchmouth, Chapter 1.
everyone, I'm Torchmouth, your resident weirdo for today. I wasn't always Torchmouth. I was born Entau Andrew Shu to parents that had only been in America for 3 years. I quickly learned how the communication barrier that my parents faced was negatively affecting their careers and ability to integrate into society. Chinese was the only language spoken in our home at the time. I was able to become bilingual before starting school thanks to my undying love of Sesame Street. This was my first step, mentally and physically, towards accomplishing my strange mission on this planet. Chapter 2, a new name. Unfortunately, Sesame Street didn't teach me everything I needed to know about fitting in. Upon entering elementary school, I was quickly dubbed a hyperactive outcast by my teachers and peers. Much to my parents' dismay, my failed integration led to many disciplinary meetings by age 6. This volatile behavior was blamed on my name being spelled with the Chinese character meaning fire. To combat my already erratic temperament, my parents changed the symbol to mean the sound wind makes as it flows through the pine trees. A valiant effort, I'm sure. But the spark had already ignited and the fire roared on within me. Chapter 3, communication. As the child of immigrants, I was expected to pursue a career of prestige and preferably make a lot of money. I was told that being a computer scientist, a doctor, or a lawyer would be acceptable. Instead, I focused on my communication skills and interests outside of these chosen paths. When it came time to choose what I would study in college, my rebellious nature got the better of me. I did what every immigrant parent fears most. I went to art school. Chapter 4, Albert Chong. Even in my chosen major, I had blatant disregard for learning in a classroom setting. My creativity was burning a hole through every attempt I made at being a normal art student. Not long after starting school, I found myself doing poorly in classes, but meeting all the right people. The professors became my good friends, and my good friends became my mentors. Having professors like Albert Chong was crucial to feeding my confidence as an artist. He saw my spark rather than my letter grade. He supported me as I failed out of his photography class. And he helped me combat the crushing weight of being dubbed, yet again, a failure in society. Under his mentorship, I was able to learn and experience far more of the art world than I did in any of my classes. Chapter 5, leaving art school. Over a 3-year span in art school, I had faced academic probation twice. For me, it wasn't the right place to grow as an artist. My classes were focused on the rules of art, and my inner inferno had had enough. I was determined to become an artist my way. I left school and moved into a warehouse unit in the mountains. For years, I survived on things like gas station condiments and complimentary saltine crackers. I began building sculptures with anything I could get my hands on. I even received high praise from a gallery for a sculpture I built with cat urine stains on it. The colorful patina on the salvaged metal amazed them. I really didn't have the heart to tell them that they were gazing at stray cat urine in awe. Chapter 6, Dina Kalahar. Through my continuous networking and much determination, I was able to acquire my next mentor. Dina Kalahar is an accomplished glass sculptor. The quality of her work was astounding. So I readily absorbed every lesson she had to teach. I started training with her regularly, and soon I installed a glass-blowing studio into my warehouse unit. I put more faith in my instincts than in other people's desires for my life. I was then able to excel in a field that wasn't a previously known option. Chapter 7, Taiwan. I continued to grow and experiment as a glass sculptor. I was able to deeply resonate with the difficult nature of glass work. This medium is easily broken when not given the correct conditions to thrive. I worked countless hours with many mentors to evolve into a greater artist. I was able to obtain more skills to help convey the creative outpourings of my brain. This chapter of my life resulted in me being invited to tour Taiwan and show my glass sculptures in a museum. Chapter 8, Sifu Lu. Glass blowing and sculpting comes in many forms. I was lucky enough in my travels to cross paths with an animal sculptor, Sifu Lu. He was so committed to his craft that he spent 3 years just perfecting his horse sculpting. I studied with him for 4 months, subsequently captivated by his technique. I came back the next year for 4 more months. Chapter 9, Sifu Simon. My quest for knowledge didn't stop with glass. The martial arts have been a passion of mine since I was a child. While in Taiwan, my aunt introduced me to an expert of well over 5 disciplines. I knew it was time to adopt a new mentor into my collection. Sifu Simon helped me channel my raging inner fire into the brutal art of Xingyi. Upon moving back to the States, I continued my martial arts studies at a local Aikido dojo. I learned fighting techniques and self-defense. Aikido also introduced meditation, discipline, and focus into my life, as well as my artwork. Chapter 10, Collaboration. My communication and networking skills grew over the years of sculpting and selling glass. I was able to start collaborating with specialists in different fields. I met a dedicated mad scientist, Aaron Ristow. His experiments in high voltage result in the most fascinating displays. The combination of glass blowing and electronics stemmed an invitation to contribute research and development to Meow Wolf's Omega Mart in Las Vegas. Aaron's pursuit of rediscovering lost technology continues to produce unimaginable results. He inspired me to test my own combination of skill sets. Chapter 11, Metal. I always loved working with metal. Over the years, I've had many welding, bronze casting, and blacksmithing instructors. I would venture off into other interests, but would often find myself yearning to build with metal again. I happened upon a grant opportunity for a Valentine's Day festival. I decided it was time to formulate a team. Many of my mentors, allies, and friends assembled to help me construct my first large-scale sculpture. We lovingly dubbed this winged fire-spouting monster Ant Eros, or better known as the Dark Cupid. His backstory is one of heartache and betrayal that many people can relate to. At the time, I was discontent with the idea of love. Through this display of fury, I was able to connect with far more audience members than I could have ever imagined. The Dark Cupid continues to travel the Front Range with his 30-foot flames of wrath. Chapter 12, Johnny Chinaman. I journeyed on to make my own sculpture to bring awareness to the plight of my ancestors. Did you know Chinese immigrants were not eligible for United States citizenship until 1943? Many Chinese immigrants came to the US to escape the Qing dynasty and impoverished state of China at the turn of the 19th century. Upon arriving here, they were met with indentured servitude and inhumane living conditions. Paid just pennies a day and deemed expendable by the railroad companies, these men lost their identities. They became lists of numbers to their employers. Many immigrants were sent to their deaths with dynamite in hand. Tunnels needed to be made through the mountains for tracks to be laid. This was only a small price for the railroad companies. This forgotten history inspired the rage and perseverance I needed to create Johnny Chinaman. His ball and chain hairstyle is symbolic of the mandatory hairstyle for men in China at the time. His hairstyle was an easy way for the immigrant workers to be identified and targeted with violent prejudice. Race was the ball and chain that kept them behind. Chapter 13, Inspiration. By refining my welding, I was able to participate in the construction of massive sculptures and show them at many festivals, including Burning Man. That network exploded into meeting and making props for fire spinners. With my knowledge of metalwork, martial arts, and fire, I was able to integrate seamlessly into a newfound family. After my introduction into the fire spinning world, I had a taste of performance art. I had found an oasis for my strangeness. Chapter 14, Rebirth. If you haven't noticed yet, fire is the common thread in my rather uncommon life. One day I was welding a helmet out of scrap metal because, well, why not? When it dawned on me that the helmet would be able to support the weight of the glass torch, I then got to work welding elements to the mouth of the helmet that would allow me to attach a torch. I hooked up my gas lines, and from the flames of my rebellion, the torch mouth persona was born. Torchmouth now travels Colorado, spouting a 5,000-degree flame and leaving glass animals for audience members. It is an art and creation that's one of a kind. In spite of the great plans society had for me, my goal is to show people that if there isn't a place for you, then perhaps it is your destiny to create one, with the approval of local fire marshals, of course. Chapter 15, Freedom. The ability to express yourself is not learnable in school or purchasable in an art store. It comes from a fire within that refuses to stop burning in the face of adversity. I've gone hungry for months, lived in storage units and warehouses. I've been known to be a couch guest more than once. If I were a computer scientist today, I would not have had those hardships, but I would have also missed out on all of the great adventures my life has provided. Chapter 16, Passing the Torch. I'm by no means saying to drop out of school, quit your job, or be homeless. I'm saying that you know yourself better than anyone in this world. It is your job from birth to continue to explore who that person is. Allow them to grow and evolve. Torchmouth is a beacon to my community. It is a love letter to those around me. Maybe someone in their 60s sees me and picks up a hobby they abandoned years ago. Perhaps a young child is mesmerized by the flames and starts to explore performance art. These are the chain reactions that feed my internal flame and allow my creativity to flow into the next project.
Okay. That was enjoyable hearing about your story and your journey. I wouldn't be me if I didn't have a question for you. So I hope you're ready. You think you're ready?
Sure.
Okay, all right, let's see. Okay. Question I have for you, what will be your next project, Drew?
We will be building our largest project yet. It is a 25-foot tall, 30-foot wide wingspan giant sculpture that shoots flames as an owl. But when the sun comes up, the owl will break apart like a transformer, and a female form will be exposed, and she will then breathe bursts of CO2 onto the sweltering summer crowds to help cool them down.
Okay, awesome.
My wife Monica and I will be performing at the Lyric, so come see us. And we'll have buttons on triggers so that the audience can participate and help to activate the propane flame effects on our dark Cupid.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Well, okay. That seems pretty innovative. Yeah, definitely. Well, we thank you. And we have another video for you all to watch. And so I'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome home. If you want to change anything, that's fine. Just run it by me first, if you could. That'd be super cool. You know, we'll work with each other. Bitchy? Seems like you like that. Do you go by anything for short or even for long? Should I call you King Charles? Queen Charles. I like to just keep it loose in this house. There's no wrong way to sit on a couch. Chloe. I kind of like the sound of that. Chloe it is. Check it out. This is like good soccer practice too, is it? I'm fine. So you gotta be careful. This end of the piano is kind of my zone. That's actually really beautiful. The further I go down there, just the scarier it gets. This is one of the eyes of a robot that I killed. I'm kidding. Oh, see? Yeah. And the 80s were such a confusing time, but so much was happening musically. I'm a German person singing German! 90s got really grungy. I put a lot of work into this guy. Presenting it tomorrow. So, keep your paws crossed. Are you hungry? I'm starving. What are you supposed to eat? Oh, there's even food just for puppies. That's you. Puppy food for baby dog. Here's your bowl. Oh, no. Oh, you're fine with it on the ground. Someone's in here. This is your bathroom. Okay, do you need me not to what? Hold on, go now. Oh, okay. Looks like dog poop. You should enjoy being a puppy as long as you can. You're still there. Chloe, that's whatever you're doing is loud. I'm trying to sleep. Are you trying to dig a hole? Ah! No! Chloe. I just need some space. I know you didn't mean it. I didn't mean to freak out like that. You hungry? You wanna get some breakfast? This is nice. I think this is gonna work out great.
this afternoon, so trying to switch it up a little bit. Okay. I was like, you know, I'm always coming on that side. They be expecting me, like they just know what's gonna happen. Gotta keep you guessing. That's a great video. How cute. For all of you all who have lived with a puppy and trained that puppy, I admire you. I really do. I compare dogs to kids. Hear me out. So I love the kids because at a certain point they grow up and they can get their own water and food, you know, and take care of themselves. But you all who are in puppydom or catdom or any kind of pet, they with you for a long time, taking care of them. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You should give yourself a pat on the back if you haven't already, okay? You're great. I didn't see nobody patting themselves on the back. That was not a request at all. Okay. Now that we understand. But, you know, we often have to share our spaces with people, right? When we are working to try to create change in the world, we relate, share our spaces. Sometimes we have projects that go undone. But it's all underneath the point and place to get to innovation. Where would our world be without it? And where would it take us in the future? How do we bring multiple disciplines together to innovate in effective ways to solve some of the world's most pressing problems? And how can we develop the next generation of innovators today to secure a better tomorrow? Our next TED Talk is Joselyn Hiddle, who will be sharing with us how we can solve global problems through experiences, people, and place. Please welcome Joselyn to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm honored to be sharing the stage with such amazing speakers and performers today. I'm here to talk to you about connection, but first I want to tell you a quick story. It's a story about a clicker that doesn't work. It got turned off. No, okay. So a quick story. In 1997, a catastrophic flood hit Fort Collins and Colorado State University. After the flood, a number of buildings on the university campus were closed for renovation and restoration. The professors who had offices in those buildings were reassigned across campus wherever there was office space. A little while later, we saw a spike in patent applications coming out of the university, which many ascribe to this time when professors from different departments were spending time together every day. I'd like you to think about a time when you were in a group with people who had different expertise, different backgrounds. Hopefully it wasn't caused by a natural disaster, but something nicer, like a meeting, a dinner. Maybe it was a person who brought all of those people with different backgrounds together. Let's talk a little bit about people as connectors. So we tend to group people into experts and generalists. I'm going to ask you all up top what you would like me to do right now, given that the PowerPoint has quit. Should I pause? Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. You're all very generous. So we tend to group people into experts and generalists. How many of you would identify as an expert? All right, a few folks. How many of you identify as a generalist? These are people who have lots of different interests, connectors of ideas. All right, wonderful. So while there are entire books devoted to the power of these two different groups, we know we need both, right? We know that we need experts. Nobody wants to hear, yeah, I generally know how to do this surgery. Or, yeah, I generally know how to design a bridge. No thanks. We know we also need generalists, of course, people who are really good at taking ideas and connecting them together and making them stronger. So we've talked a little bit about events or circumstances as connectors and people as connectors. And I think a lot about place as a connector. My background is in ecology, environmental studies, and urban planning, and these are all fields that are about connection and systems, but also about place. So my interest is maybe not surprising. What I'd like to also say is that I believe strongly in the power of connection in creating circumstances and places where the knowledge and capacity of all you experts can be brought together, and where the generalists among us can match problems with problem solvers, and then get out of the way or bring in a new idea or a person at the right time. I am also convinced that connecting people of different backgrounds, expertise, disciplines, lived experience is one way to solve problems. And that could be small problems or big global problems. Now, what am I talking about there? So let me tee up a few of these for you. We are on track to have a global population of 9.7 billion people by 2050, and we know we need food, water, shelter for this growing global community. Let's look at food first. It is estimated that we need to grow twice the food to feed this global population of 10 billion people, and that's partly due to population growth, but also due to changes in diet preference. So, for example, demand for meat has tripled, and demand for eggs has gone up by 7 times in recent years in developing countries. And we know we need to grow twice the food at a time when our climate is getting generally hotter and more variable, which makes growing food, which is already a risky and difficult business, riskier and harder. On the waterfront, we know that freshwater demand will increase by 55% in coming years. And where that freshwater is also changing. This map shows you blue areas where there is more freshwater than there has been, and red areas where there's less. You'll notice that there aren't that many places where it has stayed the same. We have also seen this here in the US, with some places suddenly having way too much fresh water, Iowa in recent years as an example, and other areas struggling through years of drought, like us in the American West. These images don't really do the challenge justice. Lake Mead is at 29% of its capacity, and with just 2 more years of drought, it will be at dead pool, meaning that the water levels will be too low to go through the Hoover Dam downstream and to generate electricity. Lake Powell is at 23% of its capacity, which is the lowest in its history. So to talk a little bit about health as well, there are many factors, of course, that we should care about, but I'll touch on 2. One is air quality. 94% of the world's population is believed to breathe air that is unsafe, according to the World Health Organization. And 1/3 of the global population suffers from some kind of malnutrition, according to the World Food Program. So these are all serious problems, and of course we have been working on them, of course we have. A lot of energy and effort has been devoted to technology and innovation as a way to solve these global problems. So we have robots in our farm fields. We have other robots in our pipes looking for leaks. We have temperature sensors for our livestock to monitor their health remotely. And many of you probably have something similar on your wrist right now monitoring your health. And these innovations are incredibly important. We've also had advancements in policy, law, communications, writing, all of which help us to solve these problems and also to communicate and inspire around them. So that's all good news. We're working on these problems. What's not great news is that at a time when we need more people working in fields that could be most helpful in solving these problems, as a society, we're drifting away from them. For example, globally, the number of people working in agriculture has dropped from 44 to 26%. Here in the United States, we've gone from 8% working on farm in agriculture, which is already low, to 1.6%. On the waterfront, about 1/3 of our water and wastewater operators are eligible to retire in the next 10 years, and we don't have a pipeline of new workers coming up behind them. On the health front, doctors and nurses themselves are concerned about a healthcare worker shortage. 31% of healthcare workers around the world and 47% here in the US have indicated in surveys that they're thinking about leaving their positions in the next 2 or 3 years. So maybe they won't, but if they do, that's almost half of our healthcare workforce. So these are real challenges. We know we need more people in these spaces, and we also know we need more diverse people in these spaces. Study after study has shown us that diverse groups are more creative, generate more solutions to problems, and are more accountable. And because we know these problems will take some time to solve, we need young people interested in these careers and disciplines. And how are we doing there? So on the health side, okay, about 19% of recent college graduates have degrees that prepare them for a healthcare-related field. But it's only 6% in engineering and 2% in ag and natural resources. And when you look at students of color, these percentages are even lower. Now, I know that this isn't maybe representative of the entire population, but it is a snapshot of what our young people are interested in. So I've thrown a lot at you here. We have a growing population, not enough resources to feed it. People are moving out of the careers that could be most helpful, and we don't have young people moving into them in the first place. It's not puppies and sunshine. But I believe that connection can help. I believe we can put experts together to research technical solutions, but also policy, law, social change. I believe we can bring together people into a space where the experiences they have, the people they're with, and the place they are in every day helps to catalyze connection. And that one of those connections is to reach back to young people and say, we need you, and we'll show you the way. This is just starting to happen at CSU Spur. Spur is a satellite campus of the Colorado State University system that's part of a larger redevelopment in North Denver. It is made up of 3 buildings that are focused on theme to bring different disciplines together. We have a building focused on health, VITA, a building focused on food and agriculture called Terra, and a building focused on water called Hydro. And these buildings are heated and cooled with a low carbon energy source. They have state-of-the-art water conservation technologies, and they're designed for the health of the people who work in and visit them. So these buildings are remarkable, but what happens inside of them is so much more important. We are coming at these big global challenges from a variety of directions: research, innovation, and education primarily. So let me tell you a little bit about the research. We have faculty who are looking at new water quality techniques. We have faculty looking at new facets of animal and human health through things like equine sports medicine. That is a horse on an underwater treadmill, I know you were wondering. And things like equine-assisted therapy. We are also looking at how to grow food with fewer resources in our rooftop greenhouse. So what's special about our research at Spur is that we take what happened in 1997 with the flood and we're recreating it. So we have faculty from different disciplines working together. We have a green roof expert working with a water quality expert to research growing food on a roof under solar panels with treated stormwater from the street. So this is an opportunity to generate energy, grow food, and conserve water, all on the roof of a building. On the innovation side, we have a group of students, faculty, entrepreneurs, researchers who are ready to take questions from corporate and industry partners and say, we have an answer for you, or we're gonna work together on it. This could include things like developing new food products that maybe have nutritional value to help us solve that nutrition problem I mentioned. But what's really special about CSU Spur is that we take the research and the innovation that might have happened behind closed doors in other places, and we put it on display for visitors, particularly young people. That means that our veterinarians do surgeries and procedures with a group of visitors behind a glass wall. Not only are these vets providing care, but they're also fielding questions from 3rd graders. I challenge you to think about your workday and whether or not you could handle doing your job while fielding questions from 3rd graders every day. These vets are amazing. In our kitchen, kids can explore careers in food science, nutrition, think about building their own food business, or upstairs they can connect with our green roof researchers, our greenhouse operators, and our soil scientists. In our water building, they can explore how water shapes the land through our stream table and connect with careers through our partnership with Denver Water. And there is art throughout. This is a particularly good example of connection of art and science. Those circles, the lights move and change colors depending on weather data. We also have an exhibit where a musician has taken data from rivers and turned it into music, so you can literally listen to the song of a river. And we're partnering with organizations to provide music, theater, and dance experiences at Spur. We are focusing so much of our energy on young people because we know they are eager for fun, hands-on experiences, but also because we know they start to think, this career is for me, this career is not for me. College is for me, college is not for me by the time they're in about the 6th grade. By pairing experiences for young people with being able to see scientists, professionals, and artists at work, we keep their minds and their options open. Through partnerships with local schools in particular, like this one in our surrounding neighborhoods, we've had over 4,000 students come through SPUR in the roughly year we've been open. And we're working on virtual experiences, thank you. We're working on virtual experiences for those who can't come to us. We do not know of any other place that creates this kind of connection between the public and students and scientists and professionals at work. This is where we are bringing the next generation along, expanding their options and showing them their potential. So we know there is no one simple solution to global problems like the ones I mentioned. SPUR is here to provide instead a place for 1,000 solutions to come together, to bump up against each other, get better, and be amplified. We are also here to say to the next generation, you have a role to play in solving these problems, whether you're a specialist, mathematician, scientist, musician, or a generalist facilitator and connector. This is part of what I love about what I do at CSU SPUR. It's a chance for the generalist in me to take all my energy and point it at all the problems at once by creating the circumstances and spaces for all of you experts and fellow generalists to shine at what you do. So let me show you a little bit what this looks like. Video always makes me want to hone my spatula twirling skills. They are non-existent. So I've told you about a place and a group that is working to bring together and to provide connection. I've told you about inspiring the next generation, particularly in a place like CSU SPUR. So I know most of you can't build a campus or even a building, or maybe you can't even come to visit our campus, although I encourage you to do so. So why am I telling you all this? It's because we are doing this connection work at SPUR in one way, and there are many ways. There are a lot of things that we are doing at SPUR, but a lot that we can't, and that you can. Everyone here can create the circumstances and the spaces that foster connection. Everyone here can diversify the groups that you're in, and think about how to take your work and make it more transparent, not only to bring in new ideas, but also to inspire the next generation. We can solve big problems through connection with each other, and through connecting with the next generation to show them their potential to create a 2050 where we all thrive. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I'm back on that side. Hi, Joselyn.
Hi.
I love CSU SPUR. Can I tell the story? When she first started talking about it, I was like, what is CSU SPUR? Why is this even important? And invited in, I was like, oh, how powerful and how meaningful. And I hope it's meaningful for you all as well. What I know, though, is we can't all be innovative in that way. So what I would love to ask you is, well, not that question.
Oh.
But definitely, what's the key to being innovative in our day-to-day pursuits?
That's a great question. So I probably will not surprise you by saying I think it's about connection. So it's going to look different for everybody. what innovation means for you in a day-to-day life. But I would encourage you, if you're stuck, to think about asking someone who's outside of your field for their thoughts on what it is that you're stuck on. Or if you are interested in creating something more innovative, talk to somebody outside your discipline. I don't remember the details on this, but NASA recently crowdsourced a solution to a problem that they had been stuck on and got solutions from a lot of different people, allowed them to get unstuck. They had been too close to the issue. So
yeah, awesome. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Yay. I messed up. Okay, let's all be honest. Who's going to CSU Spur? I think some of you all missed something. So, who's going to CSU Spur? We should be as excited about CSU Spur as we are about Disneyland. Like you should be leaving here when people say, "What did you gain from that?" You should be like, "I am going to CSU Spur." And if not, I won't hold it against you. You know why? Because I won't know if you win or not. So, what I love about Joselyn, what she said, right, is CSU Spur, we are dreaming about solutions, right? We are leaning into our superpowers, our everyday genius to create change to our world's problems. That's very powerful when you think about it, the ability to dream of great solutions. I don't know about you, though. Any of y'all dream? No? Do you like daydream? Okay. One of my favorite songs, FYI, it was America's Got Talent, Daydreamer. If you haven't heard it, you should look it up after this. It's beautiful. Okay. Well, let me also ask you this question. Have you ever dreamed if you had superpowers? Yeah. Wanted superpowers? Perhaps you've seen heroes on the big screen or in comic books and wish that somehow that could be you. What if it could be? What if you realized that your challenges are not so different than those heroes we read about on the pages or we see on the screen? What if you realized that the superpower is in you? Our last speaker will teach you to dream. So please listen as our next speaker, Kyle ODM, shares his story with us, titled Mind, Body, and Mutants, Navigating Socialization to Find Our Authentic Selves. Please welcome Kyle to the stage.
Let's take a look into Kyle's mind. The year's 1992, the month is October, in Cincinnati, Ohio. Young Kyle was 12 years old. Oh, wait a minute, we went too far back. Let's go forward a little bit. There we go. Young Kyle was 12 years old. My body was about 5'9", 140 plus pounds. My mind was dealing with 7th grade things, so we can probably only imagine what was going on up there. And the Merry Mutants of the X-Men were making their debut on Saturday morning cartoons. Who knew that an animated black woman with long flowing white hair, with control over the weather, and a penchant for words and phrases so poetic would capture my heart and soul? Or a young 13-year-old Asian teenage girl who loved video games, was uncomfortable with her special powers, and had a slight streak of rebellion would be oh so relatable. And of course, every young pubescent boy discovering their love of the male physique enjoyed looking at the bright spandex that covered muscular bodies. You might ask yourself, what TEDx did I just walk into? Why is he telling me these things? Well, it's because in those moments, I can recall that my growth into the person I am today took root. I found myself captivated by a fantasy world that illustrated parallels in my own development through the stories of oppression and difference that the X-Men demonstrated through their cartoon and later on in the comics when I became a collector. It was in these stories that would serve as a foundation for my dreams and imagination. The X-Men are a superhero team of mutants that were published by the Marvel Comics, created by Jack Kirby and Stan Lee in 1963, and they had quite a rough start. Later in 1970, they were revived to great success. Mutants are humans born with a genetic trait called the X gene, which grants them natural superhuman abilities, which typically arrive around puberty in visible and invisible ways, reinforcing the notion of being considered an outsider. Due to their differences from the majority of humanity, mutants are subject to bigotry, prejudice, and discrimination. Prolific comic book writer and storyteller Chris Claremont said, "The X-Men are hated, feared, and despised collectively by humanity for no other reason than that they are mutants. So what we have here, intended or not, is a book that is about racism, bigotry, and prejudice." He also said that the X-Men has always been about finding your place in a society that doesn't want you. Now, at the time, I was just fascinated by the colorful spandex and the reality that superpowers kicked in around puberty, so there was hope for me. Now, at the moment, I had Transformers, He-Man, and G.I. Joe for entertainment, but those really didn't give me the same feelings of excitement, possibility, and fun that I discovered in that first episode of X-Men that one Saturday morning. I didn't realize all the social justice implications of what I was watching in the moment, but subconsciously, maybe the connection I felt as a young black boy discovering my sexuality through puberty, realizing that that might be my superpower that I have to keep hidden from a world that hates and fears me. Now I acknowledge that storytelling in the comics is not perfect and must work on accurate representation of and portrayals of all types of identities. To explore that would be a whole other talk. However, in that moment, that cartoon led me to a world of comics that to this day still provides me with parallels and insights about world dynamics and issues that need to be addressed in a platform that could reach across generations. To dream of peaceful coexistence, to imagine a world where one's authentic self can thrive, to dream about flying, teleporting, and traveling to the stars, to dream, to dream. Now, when I tell you that my dreams took me to places of battling creatures, reliving the stories that I read in the comic books, using my action figures to play out fantasy worlds in my imagination, and to dream of one day finding that secret door that would lead me to Earth 616, which is, for those of you that don't know, the Marvel universe in both the comics and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I used to dream and imagine being a mutant superhero with cool powers as an escape from the daily reminder that I may not be enough, as an escape from messages that told me things that I liked doing were no longer cool for young boys as I grew older. Little did I know at the time that I was battling what I would later learn is the cycle of socialization. The cycle of socialization, developed by Bobby Harrow in 1982, is a framework that explains how our specific identities we are born with predispose us to unequal roles in a dynamic system of oppression. We are socialized through a process that is pervasive, circular, self-perpetuating, and often invisible. And we are trained on how we are to be versus supported in becoming who we know ourselves to be. In the beginning of the cycle of socialization, we are born with no consciousness, no choice, no blame, no guilt. We're socialized by people around us to play our roles and follow rules. Socialization shapes how we see others, how we dream, it shapes our values, and it even shapes how we see ourselves. We are consciously and unconsciously bombarded by messages that tell us who has power and what access we should have through institutions such as education, religion, medicine, law, business, and criminal justice, and even more. We are further brainwashed through cultural socialization such as media, language, patterns of thought, holidays, and song lyrics. All of these messages are reinforced through a system of rewards and punishment that typically result in internalized feelings of stress, anger, dehumanization, and sometimes violence. And it's in those moments we have to make a decision whether we're going to maintain the status quo or we're going to challenge the system and really ask who we really could be. Socialization actively stunts our growth, our language, our abilities, and even our potential as individuals. When I think about the socialized messages I received growing up, I got messages that challenged my socialization, for which I was grateful. I had already been sat at the dinner table and told about my blackness and what that means in this society. I was told it's okay to like toys. It's okay to be in choir. It's okay to be in theater. However, other messages from the community, from school, from family, and society played into that mix that taught me what it meant in the context of being a young black boy and how I was supposed to act, who I was supposed to hang out with, what behaviors I was supposed to exhibit, and what topics I was supposed to talk about to be a part of the in crowd. Some of those messages were, you're gonna play football because you need to toughen up. Now, I was 13 years old, 6'1", 180 pounds. I impressed the coach on the first day when my dad dropped me off at the fields. So I get the push to play football, though I had no idea what it was about. On the other hand, I received messages from church that said, you probably got all the young girls chasing after you at school, or you'll make a good husband to a wife someday, or my favorite, you're gonna grow up to be a preacher. Those were mixed with messages that I received on the school bus or at school, where I got often questioned of, don't you think she's cute? And I remember one day when I took too long of a pause and they got fired back as a question of, you do like girls, don't you? Other messages I received were about my body not being the right shape, or being too large, or not being desired. All of these messages led me to having to find the words and phrases to use that allowed me to protect myself while I seamlessly passed between cultural boundaries in the hallways, on sports teams, and in leadership positions, all challenging my ability to fully embrace myself. It was overwhelming to manage and to remember the stories I had told and to whom I had told them to make sure that I fit into the right box. The stress of making small talk about topics that were deemed socially acceptable was sometimes painful. My mind and body were under constant attack from the influences of socialized messages. Through all of these transitions, I felt like Mystique, a mutant who could physically change her appearance to fit into any situation she ever found herself in. All the while knowing that behind my presented facade, all I wanted to do was talk about X-Men, play with my toys, watch the cartoons that I like, and yes, look at men in multiple stages of undress. Now, don't get it twisted. I had a happy childhood and I was a happy child. I have the receipts for that. However, just below the surface, the systems of oppression that has socialized us all played with my ability to authentically share all of me at once. So I maintained my dreams and focused on being able to best align my passion, my interests, and my authentic self that was deemed acceptable. Our growth can be tough on a lot of us. I bet some of us right now are resonating with having to navigate our own socialization of our own upbringings. I remember going to college and making the decision that I'm gonna make my dream a reality. This was the moment that I was on my own, no one knew me, and I was gonna be able to tell the story and be all of me. Spoiler alert, didn't work out that way. However, I focused on my growth as a human and as a mutant. I decided I had a story to live and that story was gonna be one for the ages that would captivate audiences worldwide. I found and developed my superpowers while still keeping an eye out for that portal or wardrobe that would lead me to Earth 616. Now, I decided how my story was gonna be told and who was gonna have a role in the progression of that story. And I adopted a mantra that I put in my email signature to remind me of my journey. Be who you are, not who others want you to be. So every day I wake up and I try to center my dream. Through my experience and connection to the X-Men, I felt like my dream shaped itself into what I want to share with you now. And I invite you to try this dream for yourself. Discover you, the real you, not who others tell you to be, not who you think you should be, but discover that what drives you and sustains you. Dismantle your own socialization, and that's hard work. And at one point, you might need your own mantra to center yourself, so go find it. Realign your passion, purpose, and energy. How do you release that which has been placed upon you? How do you claim your mutant powers? How do you claim your reason for being, your goals that drive you, the passion that ignites you and makes you feel whole? How do you serve up and cultivate your energy for your own purposes and those lucky enough to be a part of your story? Engage your heart, head, and hands. How you feel, how you think, and what you do are all important to integrating what we learn every day about ourselves and the people around us. To create and maintain your dream, you must take intentional steps towards reflecting upon your experiences, honoring your needs, and ensuring your own success. Start with 5 minutes a day and work yourself up to however much time you want, need, or can spare to check in with yourself and to make sure that your dream has not been deterred from its path. Audition the people in your life. Become a casting director of your own story. Now, this will be hard. Because of the socialized norms, behaviors, and cultural context, some of us are bound up with others in ways that make telling our story difficult. And what do we do when those supporting characters try to take over your show and become a recurring cast member? Your growth is stifled, and your dreams can be blocked in those moments. So make sure you take control of that audition process. If they aren't able to support your Oscar-winning performance on your path to being your best self, maybe their story needs to be rewritten. Maybe you need to recast that character, or better yet, just cancel their contract altogether. And lastly, make the promise to yourself to live out your passion, purpose, and energy to find your authentic self. Now, this is not the easiest road or path. Some days are better than others. It's like the X-Men when they practice in their danger room to hone their skills. Through trial and error and teamwork, they build their self-confidence and their powers to use them to protect the ones they love and fight for the dream of peaceful coexistence. Some days I stumble, some days I survive, and most days I thrive. It's the cast that I've been able to assemble that supports and uplifts my dream, that helps center and motivate me, and I'm fully able to embrace my whole self. Now, what would it be like if we truly focused on our growth and worked towards achieving our dream? We may not have the flashy powers to fly, teleport, control the weather, lift tons, or walk through walls, but we do have abilities that are unique to us. The ability to empathize, the ability to listen instinctively and purposefully, to observe needs, to seek to understand, to be of service, or just be an all-around badass. What if we used our talents or our superpowers to work towards the goal of what the X-Men fight for, which is peaceful coexistence and seeing the humanity in each other? Thank you.
Woo! I feel superhuman. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Being who we are, right? It's a journey in the progress, and I would imagine you are a different person now than you were when you were 12. So Kyle, just share with us. What do you think you would say to your 12-year-old self?
First of all, it's okay to like boys. I would say love yourself, trust yourself, and know that the path you're on is going to lead you to greatness, and that you are filled with Capricorn magic and a magical unicorn. I would also say trust the people in your life that love you. When they show you who they are, trust that. And lastly, I would say make sure you invest in Google, Yahoo, and Apple.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's great advice. Wonderful job, Kyle. Yeah. I think back to Amazon and how I missed that moment. It's okay. It's okay. There'll be others. Wow, powerful. Okay, so here's the thing. If your life, we're going to try this thing. I'm going to show you how to do it, and then you're going to do it, okay? So when I tell you, I'm going to need you all to say, hoo-hoo! Y'all ready? When I say do it, do it. Do it! Hoo-hoo! Okay, you got to raise the hands, too. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3, do it. Woo-hoo! Great. Okay, so here it is. If your life has been changed today and you are glad you spent your Saturday at TEDxCSU, let me hear you go, hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! Yeah, all right. This has been great. What a fabulous day. I am ready. I am ready to go out and do so many things. I'm going to go back to my love for biology. Maybe? Okay, I think I would. You know, I really like bio, but I learned I was a people person. So, not to say biologists aren't people, I just don't think I was equipped for biology. So I found my calling, which is kind of our theme today. I want to take the time out to just thank you for your engagement today. We have come to the end of our formal program. And I want you to know that we would love your feedback about your experience at TEDxCSU. So, next week, I need you to check your email, like be very attentive if that's not your thing, because we're going to send you all an email that will include a program evaluation and also an opportunity for you to nominate speakers for TEDx 2024. So be on the lookout for that. And with this closing, I want to take the time, I'd be remiss if I did not take the time to thank some people who made this program possible today and effective. And so first, I want to thank the volunteers, wherever you are. Yay. Let's clap. Okay. For some reason, I want to sing Going on a Lion Hunt. Okay. I also want to thank the LSC event planning staff. They have been the ones who've helped us with our technology, the microphones, pulling things off and on, the slides and whatnot. So let's give them a round of applause. I'm also going to ask all the speakers to come to the stage to be recognized. Let's show them some love. Yes. Woo! Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Yeah. All right, because y'all are experts now. Should we give them a woohoo? Okay. Woo! Woohoo! Awesome. Thank you. Thank you all for your time today, for sharing your talents with us. We appreciate you, and we are forever more changed as a result. So thank you. We want to thank the committee, and I'm going to ask them to come on stage to also be recognized. Where y'all at? No? Y'all not coming out? Okay. All right. Okay. People in the TEDx shirt. All right. Come on. Yeah. You can just line up in front of them. Let me get out the way. I don't know. Let me move. You know, we got some people on here. Okay. And then I also lastly, but you know, we wouldn't have TEDxCSU at some point. Someone had to have the vision in order to bring this to the institution. So we'd like to take a moment to recognize Leslie Taylor, the original license holder, one of our TED speakers today. I'm gonna say Amber, so I'm gonna need her to come down. Lance Wright, where you at, Lance? Wave your hand. Up there. Bobby Koopsman and Amber Ramos. Where Amber at? So, we want to thank you all for their contributions to this worthwhile tradition here at CSU and provided support to TEDxCSU committees in the past. So thank you. And thank you all. You may exit the stage. I appreciate you. I mean, you can stay up here, but I'm gonna need my moment, so get off. Okay, all right, just as long as you get off the stage, just know, okay? That's right, it's my time, yes. It's my opportunity. Okay, so I've been waiting all day to just no, seriously. So, in closing, I just want to say it's been a very powerful day. It's been amazing. I know for myself, being a part of this journey the whole time, it has just been, like I said, life-changing. And I hope that you all leave with the same spirit of community and growth, too. I do want to tell you, I hope you, like you said, you've been inspired by today. I know, because you was like, woohoo! And I do hope that you spend time reflecting and thinking and to continue to engage in a cycle of both renewal and growth. I want you to engage in small actions to bring awareness to different communities, clarify who you are, find an oasis in your strangeness, be a catalyst for connection, and to dream. Just remember, never stop growing. Thank you. And this is the end of TEDxCSU 2023. Have a great evening.